चिन्ताधिगपनां प्रज्ञापारमितामजाम् अनिरोधां नभोरूपां स्वसंविज्ञानगोचरां प्रत्येकैकस्य तां वन्दे त्रिकालजिनमातरम्। मया श्रुतम् एकस्मिन् समये भगवान् राजगीरे विहरति स्म। मेघकूटे पर्वते महता भिक्षुसङ्घेन सार्धम् महता च बोधिसत्त्वसङ्घेन। तेन खलु समयेन भगवान् गम्भीरावभासं नाम धर्मपर्यायस्य समाधिं समापन्ना। तेन च समयेन आयावलोकितेश्वरो बोधिसत्त्वो महासत्त्वो गम्भीरायां प्रज्ञापारमितायां सर्यां चरमाणाम् एवं व्यवलोकयति स्म। पञ्चस्कन्धांस्तांश्च स्वभावशून्यान् व्यवलोकयति। अथ आयुष्मान् सारिपुत्रो बुद्धानुभावेन आयावलोकितेश्वरम् बोधिसत्त्वम् महासत्त्वम् एतदवोचत। यः कश्चित् कुलपुत्रो वा कुलगृहीता वा अस्यां गम्भीरायां प्रज्ञापारमितायां सर्यां सर्तुकामस्तेन कथं शिक्षितव्यम्। एवमुक्ते आयावलोकितेश्वरो बोधिसत्त्वो महासत्त्वो आयुष्मन्तं सारिपुत्रम् एतदवोचत। यः कश्चित् सारिपुत्र कुलपुत्रो वा कुलगृहीता वा अस्यां गम्भीरायां प्रज्ञापारमितायां सर्यां सर्तुकामस्तेनैवं व्यवलोकितव्यम्। पञ्चस्कन्धांस्तांश्च स्वभावशून्यान् समनुपश्यति रूपं शून्यता शून्यतैव रूपम् रूपान्न पृथक् शून्यता शून्यताया न पृथक् रूपम् यद्रूपं सा शून्यता या शून्यता तद्रूपम् एवं वेदना संज्ञा संस्कार विज्ञानानि च शून्यता एवं सारिपुत्र सर्वधर्म शून्यता अलक्षणा अनुत्पन्ना अनिरुद्धा अमला अविमला अनुना असम्पूर्णा तस्मात्तर्हि सारिपुत्र शून्यतायां न रूपं न वेदना न संज्ञा न संस्कारा न विज्ञानम् न चक्षुर्न श्रोत्रं न घ्राणं न जिह्वा न कायो न मनो न रूपं न शब्दो न
Mother ओम स्वस्ति देवाती जगत प्राणी को उत्तम पुण्य क्षेत्र कुल तथा मंडल के स्वामी महागुरु सक्या शरणनाथ परम पूजनीय 41 गदाधारी परम पावन बजादर श्री सक्या ट्रिजन रिम्पोचे जुरा शरणनाथ परम पावन 42 गदाधारी श्री रत्न बजार रिम्पोचे जू शहीद भगवान बुद्धको 3 शिक्षा शील समाधि र प्रज्ञा धारण गरेका आर्यन सङ्घ सागरका चरण कमलमा हामी शरणयाचक सहाजरा खेम्पो सनाताबाट संस्टङ धनुवान सहित यो प्रार्थना गर्दछौँ। जगत प्राणीको सुख र हित हुने एउटै मात्र द्वार भुवन बुद्धको शासन रत्न र विशेष गरी श्री साक्यापा परम्पराको असाधारण धर्म महासित योगेश्वर विरूपद्वारा उपदेश साक्यापा कुङ्गानिङबोलाई उपदेश गरिएको हे वज्र चार परम्परा मध्येको एक हे वज्र उपदेश परम्पराको वचन रत्न मर्गफलम लम्डे 11 महान्तल युक्त विमल परम्परा सबै क्षेत्रमा फैलिएर दीर्घकालसम्म रही यो धारण गर्नेहरूमध्ये शिरोमणि पूजनीय परम श्री 14 दलाई लामा जो र परम पावन 41 साक्या ट्रिजेन रिम्पोचे जो र परम पावन 42 16 र 43 गदेदारी द्वय सहित सम्पूर्ण शासनद्वारा 7 पुरुषहरू दीर्घायु रहेर कर्म कार्यहरू पचको चन्द्रमा जी वृद्धि हुनको साथै सबै मनका इच्छाहरू स्वतस्फूर्त रूपमा सिद्ध भएर जाओस्। सङ्घहरू सबै परस्पर मिलाप भई विनय शुद्ध भएर सदा श्रवण चिन्तन र मनको कार्यमा लागिरहोस्। यी सत्कर्महरूको बल यस त्रिसहस्र श्लोक धातुमा समय समयमा वर्ष भई सदा बलिनाले सम्पादनको साथै रोग व्याधिहरू र प्रकृतिको प्रकोपहरू शान्त भएर सम्पूर्ण जगत प्राणी सुखले युक्त होस् भन्दै त्रिरत्नको चरणमा पूजा भए 100 दीप र देव वस्त्र खादा चढाउँछौँ। त्यसै गरी शरणार्थ परम पावन 41औं श्री साक्या ट्रिजेन रिम्पोचे ज्यूको चरणमा मण्डल आधार स्वरूप रूप 150 र विशेष कृतज्ञ स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 11,000 खाता शरणार्थ परम पावन रत्न बजार रिम्पोचे ज्यूको चरणमा मण्डल आधार स्वरूप रु 150 र विशेष कृतज्ञता स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 7,000 खाता पूज्य कुन्दो आकाश बजार रिम्पोचे ज्यूको चरणमा कृतज्ञ स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 5,500 खाता छर्पा गदेदारी द्वयको चरणमा कृतज्ञता स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 2,500 खाता जेजुमाहरूको चरणमा कृतज्ञता स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 2,500 खाता पूज्य देशु चौधो रिम्पोचे र ठरी टुगो रिम्पोचे द्वयको चरणमा कृतज्ञ स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 1,000 खाता त्यसै गरी उपाध्याय खेम्पो र निर्माणकाय टुकोहरूको चरणमा द्वार अर्पण गर्ने सहित प्रत्येक सङ्घलाई संविधान स्वरूप रु 50 खुसीको साथ शर्तपूर्वक चढाएको हुँदा माथि उल्लेखित प्रश्नहरू सबै कुनै बाधा बिना स्वाद स्फूर्तसित भएर दान गर्ने हामी लगायतका हाम्रा सपरिवारको पूर्ण जनकर्म र अहिलेको कारणले उत्पन्न भएको रोग व्याधि ग्रह दशा जस्तो सम्पूर्ण बाधाहरू शान्त होस् भनी गरेको प्रार्थना गरेकोलाई यहाँहरूले महाकारुण्यको चित्तलाई अनुग्रह गर्नुहुने भनी विश्वास गर्दछु। Capne Pazu Dubai Gyatso Dundu, Gukaya Batawen, one brother and sister negotiation. Tensum Changa shooting in Shada, Captain Comatijan to the Chan Chumachugu, Manda Tenso de Bola, then they were gathered up to Bozengo, Maton das Ranaze, Captain Comatiza and Nabazan with the Sugar, Minette they were gathered up to Bozengo or some dollars Ranaze. Capture Kunda Akas, Bazan with the Sugar, Bozengo or some dollars Ranaze. Capture Sarbetis and Naming, Bozo or Chudong Agadas Ranaze. Jesuman number Susu, Bozo or Chudong Agadas Ranaze. Capture the Shunshuru, the try to Naming, Bozo or Matiadas Ranaze, Gendur Ninge, Nigare Town, and a Changor to do Gyatso Nami near Manja, the Shaltip, Mark Yamanga, Down, Chabochu, Sundangor, Chitun Cheka, Check, I do sing a Bolan Shobal and to make it a taste of a canking shares or such the Devala.
Sibian Dejan Dawa Dajan Yenden Gyatso Chenyang Jado Anye Wamba Nyevrai Wamba Daba Dobra Zemba Yolanda Bave Zenye Derma Dove Alame Shala Jatra Ne Cheze Ambale Cheye Gyatso Namdra Meda Gombe Jovraj Kene Jambe Shejala Nabra Jamba Daje Yanda Zenda Deze Janda Jamba Mazra Shechang Kala Lechang Tarajimbe Gena Gawe Zaze Zomba Tembe Kuraji Rendo Gerwa Bon Zole Namjara Zamba Shamla Dene Zode Zola Kwendo Jingide Shive Namje Gawe Loda Zada Mamba Sambande Gwande Gwenjo Narbande La Namkara Chanye Renje Ledaji Namda Baye Yende Chowa Nama Shenye Siri Venaji Namje Kwaji Lembande La Leje Vege Zura Betraji Leme Zaji Beko Gwande Lege Gekra Doja Kalaja Lezo Dembe Nyema Dela Rabja Sheja Kala Domejo Rabdo Jeve Aveze Pomtas Rabdo Dede Momba Zabzemba Ramra Doze Dawa Dela Zeze Amara Zeze Mezo Shen Zenye Zone Mede Shendos Zezane la ledo bedo ban jedra de bedo de la kaya bana me bedo ala kanda zambe sabya dambe kaje parve gyatso nege para kanje ledo de ba de la Gosma dave kwendo zaza she kwaja yege kweza chebe Raje Jebe Gebra Zaza Sha Geba Geba Kwala Jeye Teza Dave Jaja Dabje Che Teza Jeye Kwala Korwa Seza Septe Kwada Deja Za Teza Geba Jaja Jebro Yama Bele Nena Damba Ne Yeshe Nyamra Gave Mabe Mendo Dobe Jebe Mezo Zo Damze Zoje Dobra Jinge Lenje Zamya Nyega Dajo De Keje Meda Chewa Deje Tanje Yoza Dawara Mekiro Ba Zeje Gela Zobra Jinge Lede Zozo Nyembra Shejane Gede Landra Zoje Jeba Doma Raje Zerve Benzola Ngejo Dene Gebra Jinge Tame Parve Gyatso Jembora Some Domra Jose Gese Ome Nyeme Dawa Dena Na Zeme Ngeje Gebra Jinge Ome Adone Nenje Mananje Pame Lenye Domra Dame Tome Dalo Dege Gondo Lame Lazo Jobra Jinge Keme Veze Lunda Nembaye Tame Jola Domba Mego Tome Sabe Lodo Lejene Yame Nelo Gobra Jinge Tamze Doye Dove Meya She Remye Shaya Karwa Genge Sheja Kala Tome Nowa Kunge Kanda Wamba Jinge Lo Gewa Kanda Yanda Lama Name Jege Bala Lojes Sada Lamge Yende Razone Dorje Shanje Kwamba Nyando Shu Genama Deje Zowa Nabe Don Dazo Kanda Nebe Sachos Nede Wamba Damze Shewa Sheda Daje Bewaranze Doisu Om Bedra Bame Hawo Shea Yungzo Tamba Wanje Serge Sashi Om Bedra Rege Hawo Shea Jane Koryo Namah
I must attain perfect enlightenment for the benefit of countless sentient beings who are as vast as the limit of the sky. For that purpose, I will listen to the profound Mahayana teachings with correct intention and by observing the correct conduct. The correct conduct is stated in Vakya Yukti. Sit in a low seat and look up to the teacher with a delightful heart and gaze in drinking the nectar of blessed words, just like a patient listens to the prescription given by the doctor. Regarding the correct attitude, Jatakamala says, arrogance, lack of faith, distraction, close-mindedness, dullness, sadness are the 6 impediments in listening to the teachings. Thus avoid the 3 folds of vessel and listen with the correct intention and respectful conduct. The subject is the sacred Lamde teaching, path with its result. It is the sole path travels by all the Tathagatas of all times. It is the extractive essence and the meaning of all sutras and tantras, which contains all the Buddha's teachings. It reflects the thoughts and profound view of the Mahasi, the Virupa. It is the great gateway entered by the wise, lamp clarifying all sutras of Tantra, challenges those who lack merit to comprehend, but it is stairway to reach the city of Nirvana for those who are ready to embark. Its nature is meditative state of emptiness, which is excellent in every way. It is the instruction of the result with the path, instruction that knows many by no one, that transforms all faults into qualities, changes obstacles into attainments, removes all hindrances of meditation by recognizing meditative absorption, allays mischief caused by maras by recognizing the obstacle, that transforms all faults into qualities, comprehends the unmistakable reality of 3 higher trainings, that is like the elixir that transforms all base metal into gold, and instruction that is root text, vajra sentence, which is like the wish-fulfilling gem. These are the 11 characteristics of the subject of the teachings. This has 3 parts: the history, how to teach and study, and how to benefit others. The history is divided into the general spirit of Dharma in general, the special spirit of 9 cycles of the path, the spirit of the sacred and precious Lamde teachings. All of these has been covered already in previous sessions. The second is how to teach. This has 3 subdivisions. The subject, what is the use? and teach and how to teach. It uses two methods of four authenticity, the four oral transmission. The first is the nature of authenticity, fixed number, and the sequence of the four, sequence of how it is taught in the tantras, historical sequence of practicing them, and sequence of developing the experiences. The teaching, the four instruction, the specific pillars in the treatise with which experience will be generated has four subdivisions. Guiding according to the treatise that it is, guiding with six crucial points of instruction, guiding with 11 instructions, and guiding according to the individual level of intelligence. Here it is guided according to the level of different levels of intelligence the disciples. This has four parts. First, having established the foundation of the path through the practice of the three perception, it will be then understood through the three continuum. This means it will be first taught through the common vehicles, the perfection vehicle. This is part preliminary, doing refuge, supplication, doing meditation on specific topic, and then do the dedication method. The first has covered already. For the actual topic of meditation, there are three: impure perception to arouse the renunciation, experienced perception to arouse genuine devotion, and pure perception to arouse delightful joy. First has the sufferings of this. The second one is the experience, perception, devotion has three parts: loving kindness to benefit others, compassion to remove sufferings and others, and develop bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. To do the revision of yesterday's teaching topic, we back on page 62. For this meditation and doing meditation and aspiration bodhicitta by cherishing to attain fruit for the sake of others. Second, do meditation engaging bodhicitta to attain path, to attain fruit. Third is doing meditation to an ultimate bodhicitta, unity of karma, abiding, special insight meditation. First is meditation aspiring bodhicitta by cherishing to attain the result for the sake of others, who by doing meditation, loving kindness, compassion is explained above as thus enabled to cultivate a genuine thought in Ereshi, as all sentient beings to be met with happiness and cause of happiness, parted from suffering and the cause of suffering. It is indeed essential to accomplish that. However, I do not have the capacity to accomplish who has the power to accomplish this. The fully enlightened one possesses the power. Therefore, I must attain perfect enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. Second is meditation engaging bodhicitta to train on the path to attain the result. I shall practice the path for the purpose of attaining perfect enlightenment for the sake of others. Thinking and doing this meditation, when engaging to practice on the path, whatever task one is performing, the three doors, the between sessions, thinking as this task for the sake of others, may this become a cause benefiting sentient beings. To cultivate this as stated in Bodhisattva's way of life, whatever peace there is in the world, they come from the cherishing others. Whatever suffering they are, all come from cherishing oneself. It is not to say more, child cherishes himself, Buddhas do for the sake of others. See the difference between these two. This means having general enlightenment thought. There are three: doing meditation on the equality of oneself and others. Second, doing meditation exchanging oneself and others. Then doing the training in their conduct. First is a meditation on the equality of self and the others. First, strive to do meditation on the equality of self and others, as peace and suffering are equal, whereas what should be regarded as as they are as one's own. The essence of the meaning of this saying can be meditated upon and thought upon as long as possible. Since all sentient beings cherish peace and happiness, just as I cherish peace and happiness, from now onwards I should accomplish peace and happiness for their cause of all sentient beings. Since all sentient beings wish to be free from suffering and cause of suffering, I wish to be free from suffering, cause of suffering. From now onwards I should pacify suffering and their causes of all sentient beings. How happy I would be if this were to be realized. While thinking this, try to cultivate a sincere wish. By wishing this, doing this, to benefit others with thought and action as much as one can, it will gradually fulfill the great purpose of all oneself and others. Second is meditation, exchanging oneself. Those who wish to swiftly perfect both ones and others should engage in secret conduct to exchange self with others. If the essence of the meaning of this saying is synthesized in meditation, first think of your mother as an object of this thought. One should remember her kindness, or wish to pay her kindness. This should be thought exactly as was explained before on the loving kindness compassion meditation. Then one should think, what are the harms that my mother is facing? She is primarily harmed by suffering that she encountered, but indirectly she is harmed by her own action and affliction, which are the cause her. I must take them on myself. Then imagine the mother sitting in front of oneself and say, may all sufferings of my kind mother and their causes, which are the unwholesome action, ripen. And then think that all the sufferings of one's mother help in a mental continuum rush towards oneself like a blackish color, like a hair is shaven by a razor blade within the center of one's own heart. By doing this, imagine this completely uproots and destroys the demon of self-cherishing that's the prowling and harming to continuum. What are the things that will benefit others? She will primarily be helped with peace and happiness, but ultimately she can only be helped by wholesome actions. Then think, I must give my peace and happiness to my mother and say, may all peace and happiness in my mind to continue to be ripened on my mind. Think that in one's peace and happiness sent in the form of light to the mother as the sun shining from one's heart. Think and believe this one's mother temporarily enjoy happiness and to the body and mind, but she gains perfect condition to increase wholesome action that empower her to swiftly attain enlightenment. Meditate on this as much as one is able to do. Think that would be indeed good if this actually happens. By doing this again and again, when the visualizing with clarity, say the following words with 2 lines. May the sufferings of Mother Sentient be ripen on me. May my wholesome actions cause Mother Sentient beings to have peace. Take them, the sufferings, when saying the first line, and give the peace and happiness when saying the second line. With this visualization, meditate. In this manner, do the same with your father, siblings, other relatives. Also meditate on the same as to one's mother, respectively, to enemy, all those who have caused harm to oneself, all sent 6 realms, including parallel beings. If at times one's body experiences any pain or mind, severe sadness, suffering, learn to think that in this way bring them on the path. It is certain that there are many beings who are encountering severe suffering, just as I am now. Feel compassion for themselves and say, may all of their suffering ripen upon my body. Saying this by meditating the suffering, visualizing those who. In this way, do the meditation ultimately that neither the sentient beings nor me nor the suffering do not entirely ultimately exist. Nothing exists from the mode of reality. But on a relative level, due to the delusion of mind, they are forced to suffer like this, which does not exist at all. Thinking thus, one feels pity for all. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings who are the objects of doing the exchange. With this one, do the dedication merits. At this time, one may also tell a story about how a great sage was reborn as a loving son. It's not a loving daughter, loving son. Also explain the reason, the benefit of doing exchange, of giving and taking between oneself and others, as well as the demerit of not doing them, as they are fully taught in Bodhisattva. Third is training in the conduct. Training in the conduct of both 6 perfections to ripen oneself and persuasive technique to ripen others. Combine all the explanation and think that I will abandon this self-centered mind and give away all my body, wealth, the roots of which for the sake of all sentient beings. Verbally say, I'll give away my body, wealth, and wholesome articles from the 3 times for the sake of fulfilling all the wishes of sentient beings without any sense of attachment. With this, may there be food for those in food, drink for those who need drink, inexhaustible wealth and riches for those who are destined, nurses and carers for the sick, spiritual friend those who seek spiritual practice, boats and ships for those who need travel across the ocean, guide and driver for those who are embarking on the journey, protector for the unprotected, refuge for those who are seeking asylum, rescue for those who are stranded. In short, as imagined and prayed, whatever are the specific needs of sentient beings, all the material objects gathered, piled in exhaustive supply in front of oneself. In this way, dedicate for them. Just as the victorious ones and the successful practice generous by giving material possessions, observe all the self-discipline, practice patience by not being agitated, having joyous effort and delighted to help others, doing meditative concentration with one-pointed attention, realize wisdom of discriminate awareness to discern the nature of reality which practice generosity to attract followers, and use special pleasant language to please others, and teach to tailor the teachings according to their aptitude, skillfully engaging in concordant conduct to practice Dharma that has been taught and heard diligently, concordant engage oneself in Dharma activities so that others can participate. I too will train in 6 perfections to ripen myself, and train in the 4 persuasive techniques to ripen others. In this way, having realized, understood this properly, do this proper meditation with refuge to the beginning, do the specific topic of meditation, concluded with the dedication of merits. And therefore pray to the Triple Gem and the Guru that even though I wish all the things that I made on upon, may the Buddhas and the Gurus bless me, my mental continue to be able to do that. How wonderful it would be if one is able to establish each of them in a state of perfect Buddhahood. May that happen. May I pray that they will happen. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless. In this way, try to train both in wish and action at all times, as much as one can, and develop a strong sense of devotion to engage. It's always repeating again. Just as all beings wish happiness, they too wish happiness. So meditate on the sameness of this equality of oneself and others. Just as I do not wish sufferings, they too do not want suffering. So from now onwards, I must do my best to free from them, from the suffering and the cause of suffering. How wonderful it would be if they try to cultivate strong devotion. Think of your mother in the space in front of you. Thinking, reflect on the prayer appearance of your mother, try to know who she is, remember her kindness, resolve to repair kindness, just as we did with the loving kindness compassion meditation. So therefore, develop a strong resolution. Mother, sentient being, may all her sufferings ripen on me. So whatever negativities and problems that your mother have, just come magnetized towards you like a blackish color, and then destroys the great demon of the self-cherishing prowling in the mind of oneself and the mother are destroyed by this meditation. And then do the same, give away our happiness and cause happiness to your mother. All the virtue that you have, you should wish to send them away. Imagine that you from your heart rays of light, and these rays of light ripen to her, empower her to swiftly attain enlightenment. Meditate on this as much as one is able to do. Think that it would be good indeed if this actually happens. By doing this meditation again, visualize this real clarity. May the sufferings of Mother Saint ripen on me. May wholesome actions cause Mother Saint being to happiness. So with this in mind, you should also extend this to your father, your siblings, relatives, neighbors, and all other sentient beings. All any sentient being who have been rather relatively vicious and harmful towards you, you should also just as gradually learn to do the practice exactly as you do. Especially when your body experiences some pain, mentally encounters some sadness and depression, learn to think this way and utilize them to bring them into the practice. Try to feel great compassion. May all of this suffering ripen on my body right at this moment. By saying this, may all of my peace and happiness be ripened on them. Likewise, you try to think of extending this to other sentient beings, hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, or all the six realms exist just as before. Do the practice of giving and taking, a tonglen, as one did with the mother, to each and every sentient beings and category of sentient beings by meditating as explained before. Feel great sense of pity and compassion, how helpless sentient beings are as they are. I must attain Buddhahood. Do the dedication of merits and you should explain the reason, benefit of exchanging self-giving and taking, and also demerit not doing. Third, to train in the conduct. One should learn to train in the six perfections, ripen others. Four persuasive techniques, ripen others. In order to get rid of this selfishness, may I give away my body, wealth, and wholesome actions of all three times for the sake of fulfilling all the wishes of sentient beings without any sense of attachment to them. May they be food to those who need food, drink for those who need drink, exhaust the wealth, riches for those who are destitute, nurses and carer for the sick, spiritual friend for those who seek spiritual guidance, birds and sheep for those who wish to travel across the world, guide and driver for those who are embarking on a journey, protector for the unprotected, refuge for those who are seeking asylum, rescuer for those who are stranded. In short, as imagined, prayed, whatever are the specific needs of each and every sentient may be, all those material gather, pile up in an inexhaustible supply in front of them, and then try to visualize them giving them. Practice generous giving over material possession, observing self-discipline, practicing patience without being agitated, enjoy yourself and do whatever to delight others, doing whatever with one-pointed concentration, with the wisdom of discriminating awareness, and also practicing generosity to attract others to the Dharma, use kind, soft language to accord to the likely aptitude of every sentient being, skillfully engage in concordant conduct to protect Dharma that has been taught and heard diligently, and concordantly engage oneself in Dharma activities so that others can practice. So try to practice the six perfection and four persuasive techniques as much as one can in order to ripen others together with that. Thinking this, you imagine how delighted one would be if this were to happen as one had wished. Let us conclude the double revision of yesterday's teachings. Now to start today's teaching topic. Cultivate the same motivation and concentration. It's on page 66, bottom of page 66. Generally, there's a huge difference within whether the motivation is good or not. If you have a very noble intention, if you do one circumambulation around the stupa, if you make many circumambulations without good meditation, even 1,000 times, so one circumambulation with the best motivation is far superior than many circumambulations without any good meditation. So if you don't have the right motivation, no matter how much hard work you do, it will not bear great results. So like say there is a particular, if you do so many circumambulation and you do many times and you carry, but if you do with the one intention, a very good intention, if just one kora, it will be far more superior. So there's huge difference between existence or lack of proper motivation. It's very important to generate the good motivation. It's not just the size of the benefit. If one does without good motivation, outward form for performance Dharma doesn't become Dharma practice. If you do with good motivation, whatever activities you do, they become cause of enlightenment. So therefore, one needs to know what becomes cause of samsara, what becomes cause of liberation. If one does with good motivation, then it will liberate oneself from samsara and again liberation. Likewise, the liberation and perfect enlightenment, state of omniscience, is caused by correct motivation. Physical and verbal action may seem similar, but if the motivation from the heart can distinguish the main outcome. Therefore, again and again, one needs to check and examine whether your motivation is correct or can be improved. The good motivation doesn't happen naturally, because since beginner's time up until now, we are totally swayed under the control of karma and affliction. Therefore, to have a wholesome deeds, thoughts, do not happen naturally or automatically. So we have to train the mind. We need to give training and exercise the mind to develop what hasn't developed. Then gradually, when we become accustomed to it, then it naturally, spontaneously become habitual. As we are all beginners, we have to make great effort. First, the effort should be put to check and examine your motivation. So with such good motivation, we should listen or do whatever activities. When we talk about here of the three perceptions, we are talking about the experiential perception of the yogi. Loving kindness to benefit others, compassion to relieve others' suffering, and to wishing to attain enlightenment with bodhicitta. Of these three topics, right now we are talking about doing the meditation. Wishing bodhicitta, engaging bodhicitta, and ultimate bodhicitta. Of those three, first two has covered in yesterday's topic, which we have just revised. Now today's topic is the third one, doing meditation on ultimate bodhicitta. To do the meditation ultimate bodhicitta, of the nature of the bodhicitta, the actual method to cultivate them, how to engage in the method of practice. First, Nagarjuna said, obscured by conception of self, aggregate, and so on, awareness of the enlightenment thought of the Buddhas always sees their empty nature. Buddhas are not obscured by conception, extreme views concerning self as it is imputed by the heretics. Designation of aggregates, sense doors, and objects by the two Nikayas of the Shravakas, such as the 18 ayatanas. The heretics would think notion of Atma, the creator, monolithic creator. They talk about notion of Atma or self. Whereas the Shravakas, they talk about existence of designation. They talk about five fundamentals. They think the existence of the five fundamentals. The Sotantikas, although they do not assert the Chitta Matrins, they talk about the lack of partless particles. They still nevertheless think the true nature of consciousness, they think the consciousness is the basis of wrong views, but still they think the consciousness itself exists. That's the assertion of the Chitta Matrins, mind-only school. It is said that it is stated in the chapter on wisdom in the Bodhisattva Way of Life that the yogis, the assertion of the views of the former, the higher schools, often sort of surpasses the lower schools. So when we talk about ultimate bodhicitta, the ultimate bodhicitta we are referring to, the ultimate nature, reality of nature of the mind as it is free or beyond all elaboration and contrivances. It lacks color, form, shape, measurement, doesn't have any existence of true nature. It is also not non-existent. It is neither non-existent, neither non-existent. Beyond, free from all such extremes, four extremes, is the nature of the nature of emptiness. The emptiness is not, one shouldn't think the nihilistic emptiness. Grasping to emptiness becomes the nihilism. Stated in a Madhyamika Avatara, so the very subject of emptiness should not be understood as free of contrivances, elaboration. Emptiness itself should not be seen as truly existing either. Therefore, mode of reality, when it says emptiness, is free from all elaboration, unthinkable, indescribable, inexpressible, and unthinkable. That is one should meditate on. Grasping to emptiness or grasping to the mode of reality is like treating mirage as water. Mirage is, from distance, the mirage looks like water. To the direction when you are looking towards to, it looks like there is a running water. The mirage is often mistaken as water. But when you go to the very direction, there is no sign of water at all. The likelihood of appearance of water is called mirage. So, mirageness of the mirage is that it is not water. But the grasping to it as a water, likewise, grasping to mode of reality as a real, is treating mirage as water. Ultimately, there's nothing. Although the mode of reality is free from all elaboration, but if one were to grasping at them, then it becomes grasping to mirage as water. This is the topic of the meditation subject of the ultimate bodhicitta. This is imputing the label of the subject to the object. The ultimate bodhicitta is the label, explanation of how the method, how to cultivate this. There are two methods. So these are calm abiding meditation is the support, and special insight, vipassana, is supported. What is calm abiding? It is one-pointedness of the mind. What is special insight? It is the perfect seeing of specific nature of things as they are. Conception, the continuous conception that our mind have right now, we cannot meditate when our mind is going so wild. So therefore, in order to hold your mind one-pointedly, one has to meditate and gain one-pointedness. If your mind is distracted and discursive, you could not focus your mind on the nature of reality. Therefore, the support of the mind should be very calm, and therefore, calm abiding, shamatha meditation should be cultivated. By using calm abiding as the support, then special insight, meditation, emptiness is taught. It is stated in the Ratnamega Sutra. What is calm abiding? It is one-pointedness of the mind. Sutra on Kala says, debating on the perfect abiding of the mind on the mind. The discernment of the discriminating awareness are called calm abiding and special insight. By perfectly setting the mind one pointedly, then one will be able to see things as they are. Third is how to engage into the method of practice, the calm abiding meditation, special insight meditation, and meditation on their non-duality. Bodhisattva says, with special insight of the perfect calm abiding meditation, one should know how to do the perfect destruction of affliction. Firstly, that which is one sought after calm abiding is perfectly realized through the lack of attachment to the world. By relying on the calm abiding, you will gain a special insight. One can destroy totally the root cause of suffering, the destructive emotions. First, one has to do the calm abiding without any attachment to the worldly existence. So therefore, calm abiding meditation depends on the lack of attachment to the world. The calm abiding meditation originates the solitude of the body and mind. It means the body should be solitude of activities, mind should be solitude of discursive thoughts. Even if your body goes to a quiet, peaceful place, if the mind is devoid of solitude, then it will be detrimental to the meditation. So therefore, both solitude of the body and solitude of the mind. Therefore, main thing, the body should give up. First reason why you have to go to a quiet, peaceful place, so that you can be retreat away from the discursivities. If you cannot keep your mind devoid of discursive thoughts, merely physically confining to a quiet place doesn't constitute calm abiding. So, devoid of the physical activities and mental discursivities, one should go to a place and find place to set the mind. Detachment from all worldly activities, all worldly businesses, activities interferes with the meditation. Of course, we need to do worldly business, but doesn't mean that you shouldn't totally renounce them. But if you really want to do calm abiding, you need to make sure that your mind is relatively free of such worldly activities, taking space in your mind. Generally, what we have to do worldly activity. Of course, we have to do them as well. If possible, we should do them without much attachment to them, with good motivations. Here, we have to detach, we have to retreat from them, we have to overcome our attachment to those worldly activities by thinking the quality of solitude, thoroughly pacify conception, and then meditate on bodhicitta. Both body and mind. In order to keep the body into solitude and the mind, by thinking on the qualities of solitude. If the body is devoid of worldly activities in a solitude, a peaceful place, free and quiet, if you are there, then this can induce, this can inspire. Mind also become very conducive. It can be complement for the mind to meditate, to free yourself of discursive thoughts. It will pacify your conceptions, and then you can focus on the meditated bodhicitta. As mentioned before, merely being in a physical solitude doesn't mean that you will meditation. In order to do calm-abiding meditation in solitude, no solitude will be attained if one associates with the childish. Therefore, meditate on feeling sad to associate with people, for this will bestow solitude without own livelihood. If one restored in solitude, if you associate with the childish people, if you accompany with them, if you spend with them, associate with them, you cannot gain solitude. With those superior, you have jealousy. With equal, you are competitive. With the lowly, you are arrogant. By spending such time with the childish, you will never gain success. You will completely embroil either in the jealousy or competitiveness and judgment. Those who are superior and more knowledgeable, you are jealous. Those who are equal, you are competitive. To the people who are junior to us, we are arrogant. We look down upon them. Those maybe who are a little bit lesser in wealth and knowledge and experience, we look down upon them. We overlook them, we mistreat them, and with arrogance. Those who praise us, we become bloated with ego. If somebody says bad things to you, you get upset, you get angry. So you become always associated with childish. This is what you get. That's why childishness means that how it interferes with your child. Doesn't mean the age. Child means one who has nothing happening in the brain. Ungrown up. It says associate with childish. This refers to the childish, stubborn people. So therefore, if one were to associate with them, you will not gain solitude. So one should be saddened how much time is wasted with being with such people. It says if your sad place saddens you, then it generates a kind of, you have to develop sadness and renunciation. Sadness doesn't mean you have to be a depressed practitioner, as we discussed some days ago. You have to have a delightful motivation to practice. Saddened about samsara, but delighted by the Dharma. So you completely outweigh the sadness of samsara by the joyfulness, the practice of Dharma. It doesn't mean you should outweigh that. So the slight sense of the joyfulness should not be perturbed. Sadness of the samsara, joyful of Dharma, then your practice becomes magnificent. So the sadness of samsara has a function. Because when you feel sad with from associating with childish people, you will be able to get rid of wrong livelihood. Thus, in order to resort to solitude and do karma meditation, one should seek karma abiding meditation by recognition of 5 hindrances, reliance of the 8 antidotes, and application of the 9 methods of karma abiding meditation. The 5 hindrances are, one should recognize what the 5 hindrances are. If you don't recognize the hindrances, they will interfere with the practice. First of the hindrances are 5 faults or 5 obstacles. If you recognize the obstacle, you learn to get rid of them. Then you can develop meditation. The 5 hindrances are laziness does not allow the mind to engage with object of virtue. First hindrance is laziness, idleness. Laziness are, there are 3 types of laziness. Laziness attached to evil deeds, laziness and attachment to meaningless worldly activities, worldly activities, becoming attached and engrossed in worldly activities called laziness due to being busy with worldly activities. Idleness, laziness, is becoming attachment to comfort. Thinking that I will not be able to do anything, I'm not good, having lack of courage. This is self-belittling, self-discouragement, laziness of self-discouragement. Say if you're going to have a retreat, it takes a 6 month minimum. If you think 6 months is too long, saying if I cannot do, this is too long, it's not enough for me, it's too much for me, you're totally demotivating yourself. If you start it with the right motivation, usually you can complete. But if right from the very beginning, if we do not demotivate, discourage ourselves, so we shouldn't discourage ourselves. If for the sake of oneself others, if you have laziness of self-discouragement, then one cannot generate bodhicitta. How can we generate bodhicitta? How could we generate bodhicitta for the benefit of oneself and other sentient beings? Therefore, this laziness is not an obstacle, a hindrance to karma abiding, but it is also will be great obstacles, a hindrance to developing bodhicitta. The laziness has just a very cardinal affliction that one needs to learn to overcome. We practitioners Dharma have to attain Buddhahood. To attain Buddha, to become Buddha, to achievement of Buddha. That strong intention to attain Buddhahood and laziness, they contradict, they don't coexist. So if one thinks that I can attain enlightenment and thinking that I shouldn't get enlightenment are contradictory. These two contradictory cannot coexist. So we need to generate bodhicitta, we need to have courage, and one needs to develop amazing sense of self-encouragement. As stated even the blue bottles and the flies, they seem to have make effort. They too can attain enlightenment. I, having to achieve human body, knowing what is harmful, what is good, why will I not be able to attain Buddhahood? Comparison to the blue bottles and flesh and meat flies, if they too develop right intention or diligence, they can attain enlightenment. Why? Because a precious human rebirth, unlike them, we have precious human rebirth with leisure and endowments. We know what to adopt, what to reject. If we engage in the conduct of bodhisattvas, we will definitely attain Buddhahood. So in this way we need to develop encouragement. There's no reason to self-belittle or discourage ourselves. Therefore we need to be certain that we can. So do not be swayed by laziness of any of the three kinds mentioned. Generally, human rebirth is very hard, particularly precious one. Not only it's hard, it's very meaningful. That is very difficult to get, and if once found, it's very meaningful. It has very uncertain, death is certain, time is uncertain, nothing helps at the moment of death except Dharma. These things can, with the diligence and encouragement, generate diligence and overcome laziness. So you can see all the above mentioned teachings can greatly boost to overcome the laziness. So those three types of laziness, even if the mind engages, one forgets the instructions. So that's the forgetfulness, the second hindrance. Either one doesn't remember doesn't the instructions. If you forget the teachings that you've heard how to meditate, you want to practice but you can't remember anything. That forgetfulness is the hindrance. Generally in our mind, Mindfulness, introspection are two very important things we need to resort to. Generally speaking, any virtue, in order to do strong virtue, are usually taken care by mindfulness and introspection. Even non-virtue and non-virtue, most strong and powerful one is usually created by adult, then unlike the child. Just like a grown-up person can do more virtue and more distraction or more negative deeds, we as an adult and grown-up person, we do not have harmful deeds when we grow up. It doesn't mean our affliction decreases. Because our age grows, age is higher, doesn't mean affliction goes down. The size of affliction is not determined by the age. So, all adult person who practice, we as a grown-up person should individually have our own spiritual master. We should learn to mentor ourselves. We should use mindfulness introspection as our own inner mentor and guide and take ourselves onto the path of virtue with these two tools. So with mindfulness and introspection, one should not forget the instructions. Even if one does not forget the instruction, dullness and agitation does allow to abide the mind on the object of meditation. So that's the third hindrance. The dullness and agitation. Dullness means sinking the mind. Then when the mind becomes so unclear, become very drowsy, sleepy, sluggish, and lack of energy, demotivated, you cannot focus, you cannot concentrate, you cannot meditate. And when we say agitation or distraction, mind is desiring something that you love, you like, chasing after a desire. If one have heard something, the mind becomes so agitated by this, upset by this, so you can't focus your meditation. Your mind is totally disturbed by that. That is what is called agitation or distraction, discursive thoughts. So one need to see, to let the mind not go under the sway of dullness and agitation. And falling under their sway is the obstacle, third obstacle. Even if it knows the dullness agitation, it does not apply the remedy. That's called non-application. That's the fourth obstacle, hindrance. Not resorting to the antidote, neither applying nor making effort to remedy. The fifth is the mind is not abiding due to over-application. That's due to over-exertion. Mind is not abiding. So the fifth hindrance is over-application, over-zealousness. Either you over-apply the antidote, you are just being too stiff, too rigid. That's the fifth hindrance. So it's important to recognize them. Laziness, forgetfulness, dullness and agitation. Fourth one is non-application. Fifth is over-application. These five are the five hindrances of the calm abiding meditation. Then the 8 remedies are The remedy for laziness: determination, effort, faith, and pliancy. These four are remedies for laziness. The first is determination. That is the base of concentration. Effort is remaining there in that, and the pliancy is the result of the right effort. Knowing the benefit of practicing Dharma, and then develop determination. One should have a strong wish and great aspiration to practice Dharma. When you have this kind of sense of determination from your own self-motivation, not just by persuasion of others, oneself has to be determined, have right effort and faith and joyfulness and motivation. That kind of application is that which remedies. It's very important to have this as the remedy for the first obstacle. The determination to practice the Dharma. Then the right effort. By applying right effort in doing meditation, it renounces laziness, by recollecting demerits of samsara and distractions and so on. You need to develop enthusiasm and zealousness. That is the base of all the qualities. All qualities erupt from right effort. Madhyamika Tavatara says, all qualities follow right effort. All qualities are a result of right effort or joyous effort. Virya paramitas. It's energy. You have to have the determination and make a right mental effort and the willingness and joy and delightful sense of motivation. Where there's a will, there's a way, so to speak. You need to have that strong power in you. If one doesn't have the willpower, what's the point of driving yourself something you don't want to do? When there is a true sense of motivation, if there's amazing, delightful energy, and you don't feel worried and tired by it, it actually gives energy instead. First, determination, then right effort. You need to cultivate them in correct sequence. Then the third one is the faith. And then fourth is the pliancy. The pliancy means the serviceability and lightness of the body and the mind, very light-hearted, very availability of your energy, serviceability. Determination, effort, faith, and pliancy. These are the four remedies. These are effective countermeasures to the laziness. If you don't have these four qualities, your meditation and calm abiding will not happen because it will be impeded by laziness. So think of the suffering of samsara, short, precious human rebirth, how hard it is to gain. Think the meaningfulness of precious human rebirth. Meditate on the transient nature of precious human rebirth. These things will all give you this four power, four remedies: determination, faith, effort, and pliancy. To remedy forgetfulness, one needs to have a mindfulness that remembers the actual technique, how to focus on the object of meditation, and introspection that examines so that mind doesn't let it become wander off. By recollecting on the instructions on the object of meditation of the mind, introspectively hold attention without forgetting the object of meditation. You're constantly checking and examining whether the mind is either becoming dull or discursive or agitated. So you're constantly on the watch of what the mind is doing, whether it is on the focus object of meditation, or it's going dull, or it's going distracted. This thorough examination, whether or not it is affected by dullness or agitation, is the application of antidotes. Whether dullness and agitation is present or not is through mindfulness and to remedy non-application of the method is to remove dullness application is application. This is probably with the right effort. The loss of mind due to over-application is remedied by the antidote of equanimity. Equanimity means there's equanimous, very balanced, allows the mind to remain equanimous and meditative concentration. So it's neither too overexerted nor too loose. So it is balanced in terms of economizing your effort. In short, the five obstacles are remedied by eight antidotes. The laziness remedied by determination, effort, faith, and pliancy. Mindfulness remedies forgetfulness, instructions. And dullness and agitation is examined by introspection. That is the sixth antidote. Non-application is application. That's the seventh remedy. Over-application is remedied by equanimity. That's the eighth antidote. In short, the five hindrances are remedied by eight antidotes. An actual method to cause the mind to remain are mentioned in the nine stages of methods to place the mind. These are, firstly, placing, continuous placing, repeat placing, close placing, subdued and pacified placing, closely pacified placing, and one-pointed and equally abiding placing are the 9 stages of placing the mind of. First is there are four techniques. There are four techniques. The object should be still, the body should be still, eyes should not be blinking, the object meditation should be clear. These are the four stillness. Saying that the object should be very still. One should first do the prayer, refuge, and supplication, then generate bodhicitta, take refuge, do the supplications, and then fix your mind on an object. You should have an object that is not moving, like Buddha image, or either drawing or statue, or something very beautiful you put in front of your eyes that is still and not moving. Object should be still. To meditate, you need always. It doesn't mean you can't do it. There are meditation calm abiding you can without object, but here it is with the object. For beginners, you can meditate with the object, although you can do without object. Image of Buddha, Tanka, whatever, something very pleasant, mind-pleasing. Not too far, not too near, not too high, not too low, that you should have it placed before you as an object of meditation. maybe about 2 cubits away from you, and like 3 feet, at the level of your eyebrows. You place the object that is still. If you focus on that object, that is the object of your object of meditation, or a blue flower. And generally in Lamdo, Mahasiddha Virupa recommend blue flower, 4-petaled blue lotus. In middle is dark, and the edges are rather light, go light. So Buddha image is more meritorious object, but for beginners maybe they can focus on something that they have the stability. The stability of mind is important. Blue and flower are more appealing to the eyes. So red color may be a little bit agitating. The blue is more soothing, more pleasing to the eyes, and the flower is generally very pleasing for everyone's mind. So that's why blue flower is recommended. When you say object should be still, the flower should be not moving like wind or not blown away by something. It should be still, immovable. Second stillness is the stillness of the posture. Body shouldn't be moving. It will harm, lose your concentration. If your body is moving, changing the posture, then you will lose your concentration. Body should be not moving, it should be still. And non-blinking eye. Eye shouldn't be too widely open, nor too shut. Focusing on the tip of the nose and straighten back posture. Your spine should be straight and erect, and that will enable the eyes to focus. Your shoulders should be balanced. Right and left shoulder should be balanced. The head should be neither too high, the mouth shouldn't be too tight or not too open. It's lift natural. The breathing in and out should not be too noisy or painting, but not so busy, but very left natural. Very, very slowly and gently. Let the breathing happen by itself. When you do the meditation, in the meditation review and after the teaching, it says that you should let body and mind become naturally rest. So if you're painting and if you're breathing very forcefully, you couldn't focus. So therefore you should sit in a very comfortable and a well-balanced seat. One shouldn't lean the body on the wall or backdrop, or you shouldn't bend down. You shouldn't lean on either right or left or on the front or the back, but keep very straight body posture. That this included in body should be still. The stillness of the body covers that. Second, third is non-blinking or non-moving gaze. So non-moving. Because eyes got a very discursive nerve. So if your eyes is blinking and moving, looking here and there, then obviously your visual discursivity will distract you. So even if your eyes become wet and the tears come for one or reason, do not try to dry it. Just let it flow naturally. Let it be. If any sensitivity you feel on your face or posture, don't try to resolve it by touching and moving. Just let it be. That's what the stillness means. any kind of pain or numbness and itchiness appear anywhere in the body, in the face, just let it be. Do not try to overreact to it. And the fourth is the object of meditation should be clear. The object should be very, very clear. So if it's a blue flower you're going to focus, you should focus on the color, the dark blue in the center, the light blue at the edges, all of your mind is not going to discriminate, discussing, monologuing about the flower. The clarity of the object meditation doesn't mean your mind should mentally engage in some kind of a commentary, but rather use it as the object to rest upon. These four characteristic techniques, stillness of the object, stillness of the posture, stillness of the non-blinking eye, and clarity of the object meditation, these four techniques are necessary. These four techniques are applicable with all the 9, just with the first placing, which is the first of the 9 topics. Each of the subsequent 8 stages all have this one. Second is continuous placing, refers to that you will not remain very long from the start. So one should do for short time, and then continue to do many, many short repeats, short and sharp repetitions. But if you try to do long and then can't do, you just give up. You should do slowly and short and continue, repeat again and again with a refreshed effort. When you have good attention, if you try to extend, you could not make it very long. That can also, other discursive thoughts can cultivate and impede your progress of concentration. Before you are interrupted, one should rise from the meditation and repeat short time. Then you will not be interrupted. As a beginner, when you do the calm abiding, when you focus meditation, you should try to do short time, but try to repeat many, many short techniques. Third is repaired placing. Placing your mind repeatedly with a version that is renewed version, by recognizing your mind when other discursive thought appears in one's mind. When you know the mind goes after other thought, at that time one is able to bring back the mind from the object onto the activated. That's called repaired placing. That's called repaired, it's like placing a patch on a cloth that has a hole. Where there's a hole, you patch it. Because your attention has been made a hole by distraction, you put a patch of mindfulness. So therefore you're repairing your attention to placing it again by recognizing the distraction. One mends one's focus on the very object. The fourth is close placement. The close place is an attempt to disallow the mind from being distracted, but bring further attention to closer to the object of meditation through mindfulness. One is developing a strong mindfulness so that one has the ability to disallow the mind to go after distraction, but instead that attention is closer to, repeat the closer attention to the placing the mind on the object of meditation. So you become, fifth one is called subdued placement. Your mind is somewhat more subdued, and when the dullness, agitation is there, but it's subdued by the delight of the qualities of meditative concentration that you are doing. But because when you know the mindfulness and introspection, you know that dullness and agitations are subdued by the very technique. Subduability of the dullness and agitation is a cause of delight for the meditator. 6 is pacified placing. One is able to pacify the mind when distraction makes the mind distracted. Now one is able to pacify it by fixing the focus on the object of meditation instead of being distracted by distraction. The distraction is pacified by the attention. 7 is closely placed, pacified placing. Is if any adverse thoughts such as ill will or desire were to arise, then by refocusing on the object, one overcomes the interruption by refocusing on the object, the blue flower, and then the very distraction become pacified. The one point of placing, the 8th one, is even if one applies remedy to remove dullness, it cannot be remedied. Therefore, one should place the attention on the very thought itself. You should focus on the very nature of the thought. 9th one is equal abiding placement, is effortlessly yielding meditative concentration as a result of familiarization. So this repeated ability to focus your mind again and again, then you will realize this amazing power of familiarity. Equal abiding is the 9th stage, where the great familiarization and ability to acquaint with that, as stated in the Sutra Alankara. Having fixed the mind on the object, it continues not wavered. Having quickly apprehended distraction, again mend it and focus on the object. The intelligent one should repeatedly bring back the mind. As one sees the quality, meditative concentration subdues the mind. By seeing flows of distraction, it will pacify unhappy mind. The rise of coveting, distress in mind are also pacified accordingly. Then the disciplined one engages the mind in its application. It will effortlessly culminate, and its familiarity require no application. Then having attained great pliancy of the body and mind, it is known as mental activities. By doing such meditative concentration, you want to have 5 experiences. By doing this, when a succession of distracted thoughts arises one after another, like a steep mountain waterfall, it is the first experience known as recognition of thoughts. Occurrence of many thoughts itself is meditative concentration. Normally we do not recognize discursive thoughts as discursive thoughts. We mistaken them with the things or objects. Now one can recognize there's one's thoughts. Like steep mountain waterfall, you can see them coming one after another, the flow of discursive thoughts, one after another, repeatedly. One repeated after another, the discursive thoughts, recognition of discursive thoughts. Knowing that discursive thoughts as discursive thoughts is recognition of thoughts, is the first experience of meditation. Previously, one was unable to recognize, even though we were causing the distraction, our own thoughts, but we failed to recognize them as they are. Then, when the thoughts alternate between becoming peaceful and then again suddenly appear like a stream flowing in a narrow mountain gorge, it is the second experience known as resting of the thoughts. Which means sometimes the discursive thoughts arise suddenly, at times they just disappear. These are alternation of sudden rise of negative thoughts and disappearance. This is known as resting thought. Then not many thoughts arise like a pool in which 3 streams converge, as Hardy said. But when the settled mind becomes agitated and harms mind, When certain conditions arise, it is the third experience known as exhausted thoughts. When causes arise, one becomes agitated. When there's no causes, mind naturally becomes calm. So this is the third experience known as seeing the exhausted thoughts. Now one is able to exhaust the thoughts by the remedy. When the lack of a stimuli, then there is a resting. Even when whatever waves thought arise, they quickly become pacified instead of become agitating the mind itself, like an ocean with waves. This is the fourth experience of controlled thoughts. Whatever thoughts arise, one is able to pacify. This is the controlled thoughts. The fifth one is when all thoughts are pacified, mind abides one-pointedly like ocean without waves. It is the fifth experience of inactive thought. Inactive thoughts, the fifth experience. It naturally dies down, thus being able to fix your attention. Thus, fifth is one-pointed mind and sustaining its continuity. The body-mind generates bliss and compliancy, and as the authentic and excellent calm abiding, it becomes support of doing special insight as vipassana meditation. That kind of lightness and pliancy in the body and mind, the serviceability, this is the support for worldly and insight meditation. The support of the special insight meditation is calm abiding meditation. The calm abiding meditation is one who knows how to recognize the 5 hindrances, remedy them with the 8 antidotes, is what it constitutes calm abiding. Everything depends on one's mind. The calm abiding, where the special insight meditation depends on how good your calm abiding meditation is. If you have good calm abiding meditation, then you can see the result of special insight. If the calm abiding is not good, you will not have a great special insight, that much harder to cultivate. Next is special insight meditation, vipassana. First is recognition of clarity, replacing the mind beyond elaboration, conviction and inexpressible. For this, I must attain Buddha for sake of Tenzing. For that purpose, I realize the peerless secret of the mind by relying on fifth instruction of the Holy Guru, grasping in relation to one's body as I and mind is just a huge confusion. If the so-called self exists, it cannot be anything but name and body. If self exists, it's either name and a body. Beside this, there is no. Name is temporarily labeled, it's not self. It is not the self. Name is merely labeled. It's only merely labeled by someone. It cannot be self. It doesn't support to be self. The body is comprised of flesh and blood. Self, my body, my body, my house, my house, there is a possessiveness, I and my body. My house, I is not house, I is the possessed by the I. So we say possessor is the I, possess is I. When we say my cloth, I'm not clothed. Cloth is one's possession, the possessor is the self. Likewise, my body, there is a body and self. Possessor is the self, possess is the body. Body cannot be self. Because cloth is not self, likewise body cannot be self. Because possess is not the possessor. When we say my body, the body is not self. Comprised of flesh and blood, self is neither observed. It says in the Bodhisattva Lama, I'm not my body, my flesh, my gas, my liquid, my pus, my bone, my heart, my solid teeth, my knees, my bones, my tendon. There is not a single thing from the skin to the marrow, top to the toe, that is monolithically self. From the top to toe, wherever you're going to look and search, from the soles to the feet, the way up to the crown, there's nothing a resident self could be found. Body is not established as self. Also, the mind, past mind has ceased. Therefore, past mind is not self. The future mind has not yet arisen, and it had not arisen, so you can't be there. The present mind will instantly disappears, ceases. So neither the past, nor the future, nor the present mind are self. The momentary mind, if the momentary mind is self, then there are so many momentary selves that there are so many selves, as many as there are moments. There are countless selves. Therefore, thinking the mind is self is completely wrong. This is just a baseless confusion. This is the error of errors. So baseless confusion. Therefore, this is utter confusion. Thinking self is truly existing. In the Madhyamika philosophy, they're talking about phenomena, self-relation to self, phenomena of phenomena. They examine, you cannot find either self of self or self of phenomena. The self is neither arise from itself, nor from the other, nor from the third cause, nor from non-cause. So it talks about the four extremes. So by using the four extremes, you could not establish the existence of phenomena that independently. So it's like talking about the wheel, the rim, the spokes, the axle. You could not find in the wheel. The wheel is a mere composition of many non-wheels. You could not find the wheel in the wheel. Likewise, self cannot be found in the very self. It is to establish the lack of its existence. So the notion that self exists, if the self is not existing, then then everything else that is connected with the object, we can then refute. Because the object does not truly exist, then any discursive thoughts and all thoughts can be. Because if there is no objectivity known, then the consciousness, the knower itself is easy to refute of existence. The external mountains, houses, four elements, including atoms, are not created by anyone, such as Lord. They are mere appearances of deluded mental propensities, are comparable to cities, horses, elephants seen in the dreams. As objects do not exist, the subject mind does not exist. Therefore, one pointedly place the mind in its own state of its mere clarity and knowing nature without the duality of subject and object. This being the case, as there is no object to observe, there is no consciousness that observes the observer. You can't observe unobserved. So we should let the mind rest in this own mere clarity and mere knowing without the duality of subjective mind as an objective phenomena existing independent of the opinion of the mind. By resting in that state, one experiences the mere clarity and knowing nature of the mind. And examine where does the mind arise from. It is unfound cause and birthless clarity and knowing. When one examines where it abides in the middle, one cannot find a color, shape, or whatsoever. Since it cannot be found either outside or inside the body, it is non-abiding clarity and knowing. Mind does not have arising, abiding, and ceasing. Meaning of this is about ultimate reality. This is when we're talking about ultimate reality. It has neither arising, no abiding, no ceasing. The devoid of the arising, abiding, and ceasing is a nature of all conditioned things. Ultimately, things do not exist at all. They are all devoid of arising, abiding, and ceasing. All phenomena are not conditioned. Ultimate nature is not conditioning us. In ordinary sense, it doesn't mean in ordinary sense there is no arising, abiding, ceasing of mind. It definitely exists conventionally. It is said in the Pramana Yukta Niti of Sakya Pandita that the object and the dominant consciousness and the visual consciousness, even though they exist in a relative speaking, in the ultimate reality, when we use the wisdom to authenticate the ultimate reality, there is neither arising, nor abiding, nor ceasing that is independently existing. Thus, devoid of arising, abiding, ceasing, when one examines where the mind abides in the middle, it cannot color, shape, whatsoever, since it is not found either outside or inside the body, non-abiding clarity mind. When one examines where it goes to and it sees nowhere, it is non-ceasing blissfulness. Thus, owing to the lack of both abiding and ceasing, there is emptiness in its bare and naked form. In its experience of knowing, there is merely clear and knowing. Since it's the very time when it is clear, it is empty. It's the very time when it is empty, it is clear. In relative level, there is arising, abiding, and ceasing. Ultimate level, there is nothing, none of this exists at all. Third is conviction and exposure. Thus, neither the subject of meditation, nor the meditation method of meditation, nor meditator exists from their own nature. As this state is beyond expression, beyond thought, let it be as it is. All phenomena that appear during post-meditation should be seen as self-manifestation of radiance of Dharma Dhatu. From the state of emptiness, you need to see all as a reflection of that. Gyatso Rinpoche says, how is it that a mind which does not first origin can abide or cease? Leave aside all sins even to think of, lack of birth and cessation as thought. Even leaving things aside should be left alone. The doer itself is just a thought. Emptiness that is clear and knowing is understood as the reality of non-duality. Third is the meditation, the unity of karma body meditation. Thus, wisdom of special insight should be meditated on the basis of formally explained karma abiding. If the abiding phase is greater, then sharpen the wisdom. If the mind does not abide due to sharpness wisdom, letting it become loose, it becomes non-dual. This is how you unify karma abiding and special insight. Thus, having heard and listened to the topic of the meditation today, then we need to repeat again. I will read again from where we started on the topic of today. The object of meditation should be still. So forced stillness is very important. First develop the right motivation, and then you should have a Buddha image in front of you that is still, or maybe put body should be still, non-blinking eye. Object of meditation should be clear. The shoulders should be balanced, eyes focus. Not letting your breath should be left natural, not fainting, breathing forcefully or panting. Eyes should be non-blinking. Your eyes should be focused briefly on the object of meditation. The object is clear by not examining anything good or bad about the object. Let the non-thought awareness of consciousness. Second is the continuous placing, that refers to placing the mind remain very long time. Start. One should first do short time, continue to do many short ones. Third is repaired placing, is while recognizing distraction, one mends one's focus on the very object. Fourth is closing placement, is an attempt to disallow the mind from being distracted, but bring the attention closer to the object through mindfulness. The fifth is subdued placing is when the dull and agitated mind is subdued by the delight of qualities of meditative concentration. Subdue the mind with the antidotes. Sixth is pacified placing, is able to pacify the mind when distraction makes the mind unhappy. It can pacify it by fixing the focus on the mind. Seventh is closing the pacified. Closer placement is if adverse thoughts such as ill will were to arise, by refocusing on the object of become pacified. Eight is one-pointed placing, is even if one applies remedy to remove dominant, it cannot be remedied. Therefore, one should place the attention on the very thought itself. Ninth is equally abiding placement, is effortlessly yielding the meditative concentration. So in this way, there will be 5 experiences. By doing this meditation, when a successive discretion thoughts arise, one after another, is like a steep mountain waterfall. It is the first experience known as recognition of the thought. Then when the thought alternates between becoming peaceful and then again suddenly appear like a stream flowing in a narrow mountain gorge, it is the second experience known as the resting thoughts. Then many thoughts not many thoughts arise like a pool in which streams converge and is hardly stirred. But then subtle mind becomes agitated, harms the mind when certain conditions. It is the third experience known as exhausted thoughts. Even though whatever waves of thought arise, they quickly become pacified. Instead of agitating the subtle mind like an ocean with waves, it is the fourth experience of controlled thoughts. When all thoughts are pacified and one mind abides one pointedly like an ocean with the waves, it is the fifth experience of inactive thought. Thus, the fifth experience of one-pointed mind and its continued body-mind becomes bliss and compliancy. Authentic and excellent karma abiding becomes support of doing special insight meditation. Second is special insight meditation. For this, you should first generate the motivation to attain Buddhahood. Grasping in relation to one's body as I and mine is just a confusion. If the so-called self exists, it cannot be anything but a name or body. Name is temporarily labeled. It is not self. Comprised of flesh and blood, the self is neither observed inside nor outside the body, from the soles of the feet all the way from the crown. Therefore, body is not the self. The past mind has ceased, future mind has not risen, present mind has instantly ceased. Therefore, mind is not self. Due to this reason, think I'm just a baseless confusion. All the external phenomena such as mountain, houses, forms, including atoms, are not created by anyone such as the Lord or God. They are mere appearances of deluded mental propensities and are comparable to cities, horses, and elephants seen in dreams. As object do not exist, the subject mind does not exist. Therefore, one pointedly place the mind its own mere clarity, knowing its nature without the duality of subject and object. Second is placing by resting the mind in that state. One experiences mere clarity, knowing nature of the mind. One examines where does the mind first arise from. the unfound cause and birthless clarity in knowing. When one examines, when it abides in the middle, one cannot find a color, shape, etc. or whatsoever. Sin is not found either inside or outside of the body. It is known abiding clarity, emptiness. When one examines where it goes to and it ceases to know where, and it is a non-ceasing blissfulness. I'll skip this paragraph. A conviction on the inexpressible. Thus, neither the subject of meditation nor the method of meditation nor meditator exists in our nature. At that state is beyond expression and beyond thought. Let it be as it is, as the quotation says below. This is the essence of meditation. Third is the union of calm abiding and special insight. Wisdom of special insight should be meditated on the basis formally explain calm abiding meditation. If the abiding phase is greater, then sharpen the wisdom. If the mind does not abide due to the sharpness of wisdom, by letting it become loose, it becomes non-dual. Let me repeat one more time in order that you do not forget and remember this topic of meditation very clearly. First, it's make sure that you should have an object that is still, the body is still, eyes not blinking, and the object of meditation should be clear. I shall attain Buddha for the sake of all. For that purpose, I'll meditate at concentration. One point, attention of mind. Having cultivated attention, use attractive image or drawing of Buddha, or either use a blue flower drawing on a cotton wool. Place it right in front of oneself in an appropriate distance, not too far, not too near. Also make sure it is still. Second, his body should be still, neither wide open nor too close eyes. It should be focused on the tip of the nose. Body should be straight and shoulders are balanced equally. Head is kept neither high nor too low. The teeth and lips are left natural, without noise, panting, without hyperventilation. Let the breath flow gently. Thus remain seated in a comfortable cushion and posture that is straight and still. As for non-blinking eyes, the eyeballs should be half covered by the upper lids and keep a soft gaze on the visual object. If tears come, whatever happens, let it drop without touching it with your hands. Even if it's painful, do not pay attention to it, but instead forcibly focus on the object and remain still. The fourth is the object is kept clear by not examining anything good or bad, but letting the non-thought awareness of the consciousness appear. Second, the continuous placing refers to since it will not remain very long from the start, one should do short time and continue to do many short ones. Third is the repairing place while recognizing distraction, one mends one's focus on the very object. Fourth is closing placement is an attempt to disallow the mind from being distracted, but bring the attention closer to the object through mindful. Fifth is subdued placement is when the dullness and agitated mind is subdued by the delight of qualities meditative concentration. Sixth is the placing. Pacified placing is able to pacify the mind when distraction makes the mind unhappy. It can pacify by fixing the focus on the object. Seventh, the close placing is if one's adverse thoughts such as ill will were to arise, by refocusing on the object become pacified. The eighth is one-pointed placing is even if one applies the remedy to remove the darkness agitation, it cannot be remedied. Therefore, one should place the attention on that very thought itself. Ninth is equally abiding placement and effortlessly yielding meditative concentration as a result of familiarization. In this way, this is followed by the 5 experiences of a recognition of thoughts and resting of thoughts and controlled thoughts, as well as inactive thoughts, like the steep mountain waterfall, like the stream flowing in a narrow mountain gorge. And third is as if a pool in which 3 streams converge is hardly stirred, but when subtle mind becomes agitated, it harms. Fourth is the ocean with waves. Fifth, with the ocean without waves. So you will be develop the union of the physical and the mental pliancy. This is the excellent meditation. Now to do the special insight meditation, one should rely on the instructions of the holy gurus and therefore meditate on the ultimate meditation of self. Grasping in relation to one's body, eye and mind is just big confusion. If the so-called self exists, it cannot be anything beside the name and body. Since name is temporary label, it's not. Comprised of flesh and body, self neither is observed inside or outside this body. From the soles of the feet to way up to the crown. Therefore, the body is not the self. Past mind has ceased, future mind has not arisen, present mind is instantly ceasing. Therefore, the mind itself is not self. Due to this reason, thinking I am is just a baseless confusion. Thus used, all external phenomena, such as horses and mountains, are not created by gods or anyone else. They are mere projection of a deluded mind. Objects do not exist. They are just mere opinion of the mind that think they do. Thus, then placing the mind beyond elaboration. By resting the mind in the state when one experiences the mere clarity and knowing nature of the mind, examines where does the mind first arise from. It is found unfound cause and birthless clarity and knowing. When one examines where it abides in the middle, one cannot find its color, shape, or whatsoever. Since it is not found, either inside or outside the body, it cannot abide in clarity knowing. When examined where it goes to and end, it ceases to nowhere. It's a non-ceasing blissfulness. Thus, owing to the lack of birth, abiding and ceasing, there is emptiness in its bare, naked form. In its experiential knowing, it is merely clear and knowing. Since it's the very time when it is clear, it's empty. When it's very time when it's empty, it's clear. The unceasing, non-grasping state of clarity and emptiness, unbiased freedom from extremes, and expressible beyond thought. It is bare, just naked, not even grasping to inexpressibility, and let it be. As Dr. Gyatso has summarized in these two verses. Third is unifying karma by special meditation. Thus, wisdom of special insight should be meditated on the basis of formally explained karma body meditation. If the karma by meditation is greater, then abiding is greater, then sharpen the wisdom. If the mind does not abide it due to sharpness, by letting it become loose, it becomes non-dual. Let me recap one more time. I will let you guys read. Generating the bodhicitta motivation, you should focus your mind on an object that is still, whether a Buddha image or a blue flower, with a reasonable distance. You should not move your body, not blinking your eyes. Focus your gaze on the tip of your nose. Do not move. Keep your shoulders balanced. Keep your lips and mouth natural. And also let the breathing become normal, not forceful breathing or panting. Having set a comfortable posture, focus your attention on the object. And even if your eye or any sensitive things happen like tear falling, don't touch, let it be. Do not move, do not touch. Just let the body stay still and calmly abide in the posture. So in this way you are able to keep your attention repeatedly, even however short it is. The third is try to repair your orientation of the mind object of meditation. Close placement so that you do not get agitated, but you subdue. So the pacified is the concentration, the merit of the concentration enables you to motivate and subdue the mind that way. Close pacified is the mind is regaining greater focus on the object of attention. As one is able to overcome ill will and focus on the object, you pacify them. In this way, you are able to increase your application of the meditation and antidotes. You are able to remedy the distractions. In this way, one is able to use all remedies, apply, will develop the 5 experiences like the steep mountain waterfall, while recognition of the thoughts. Second experience is like a water in a gorge, narrow gorge. Sometimes appear, sometimes disappear. third is the like a water converging into still pool into rivers, into wheels. Sometimes it's still, other times it get agitated. Fourth is experience with the ocean with waves. It naturally subsides. And the fifth is the ocean without waves. All the distraction naturally subsides by themselves. When the fifth experience, pointed concentration sustaining its continuity, body and mind both will generate buoyancy of the physically and mentally. Excellent calm abiding meditation is supported, and it becomes also the support of the developing a special insight meditation thereafter. To do special insight meditation on top of that, develop the right motivation, I must rely this on the peerless instructions of the Guru, and I must realize, then meditate on the nature of your body, whether the self exists is the body or in the name. It's neither the mind nor the body nor your name, the self. From the body, from the top to the toe, from the skin to the marrows, you could not find a self. Neither past self has there, nor present, nor the future exists at all. All the appearance of the mountains, the trees that you see are all mental propensities manifested out there as one's own thoughts about the object, than the object themselves as it is. Therefore, things do not exist. These objects do not exist. Therefore, subjective grasping nature of them should not be grasped as truly existing. Therefore, one is able to let the mind and the mere clarity and knowing nature. One examines where does man arise from, where it abides in the middle, where it ceases to in the end. When examined where it abides in the middle, or the color or shape, whatsoever, you cannot find. Since it's not found outside, inside, or anywhere, you can yet see the mere knowing, clear luminosity. When examined, when you know it's clear, it's empty. When it's empty, it's clear. This clarity and the emptiness are non-dually existing. Thus, pair the bare, naked awareness to this mere clarity, emptiness, and their non-duality. So therefore, the meditator, meditation, nor the act of meditation do not exist in them. So in this way, beyond expression, beyond thought, let it be as it is. All phenomena that appear during post-meditation should be seen as a self-manifest radiance of Dharma Dhatu, as stated in Gyatso Gyatso's 2 verses hereafter. That finally is that unifying the meditation of calm abiding and special insight, meditating on the support of calm abiding, the special insight. If the abiding phase is greater, then sharpen the wisdom. If the mind does not abide due to the sharpness of wisdom, by letting becomes loose, it becomes non-dual. Thus doing ultimate bodhicitta, doing meditation, union of calm abiding spaces is extremely meritorious. You should do the dedication merit and apply this with mindfulness awareness at all times. First, try to do many short sessions, and then try to deepen the qualities, sharpness, stability, sharpness, intensity of concentration. Try to do benefit of sentient beings by sharpening your attention and stillness of the attention for the benefit of all sentient. Here today completes the teachings.
Sege Jongwe Kwajembo Kwanje Jawe Dembo Rembo Yodo Neka Gundo Menyombo Chada Darshin Jebran Zedus Seme Gedan Zeve Bangas Jawe Dembo Zodra Jeze Some Lama Jeve Chenyang Kwaze Rejin Jebran Zedus Tola Jeve Lazo Nazin Zin Sedan Lumbe Java Lumbe Cheze Geda Deda Shabden Jin Tele Cheze Jebran Zedus Mena Naga Zeve Zemin Zin Zede Yangdan Dawan Dande Bezo Jambe Semdan Demba Yin Zeme Gawa Jebran Zedus Dona Jamba Lenge Yawa Yin Baden Karba Tenve Rabzes Kweza Dejen Gendan Demba Yin Joden Gewa Gauran Zedos Kala Lada Gave Deje Sala Manja Garve Garzem Sembo Darje Babe Chagen Gendana Gawa Gebran Zedos Lena Zada Medan Bazunge Lena Naza Vedan Chungi Mena Rado Gawa Lale Zin Teda Tabze Shevran Zendo Yaba Chabze Sheya Leyo Shembana Yamba Kalon Gule Seda Naje Zoje Nyershin Zode Shendo Gebran Zendos Sola Kana Geve Kozanda Damje Lemban Dume Ramzim Lazim Zebe Tenjo Bame Gen Zebe Zajin Gebran Zendos Gwene Damje Dodo Genze Shenyang Ume Jomba Yongan Seze Zombe Jave Dunda She Lodan Kaden Gebran Zendos Genye Gyatso Gyalo Mama Nantema Membe Zonde Dandes Namdra Dezon Gombe Jawa Yin Deje Demba Gebran Zedus Toba Bana Yawa Kunban Sewa Kundan Doze Ramze Sheve Nezo Boba Lole Bendobe Yende Gebran Zedus Lavra Debe Sova Deje Banduba Dajan Kordan Zenam Lose Dave Bajo Banzo Dan Seda Damje Gebran Zendo Zon Zenda Zonde Seda Zendo Da Samde Shera Lana Meson Rana Sanje Jongo Yangzo Ne Londo Yende Gebran Zendo Chenda Nyemba Maya Korde Ne Doze Damje Zoje Shebe Rajan Dada Chela Lejane Shende Choje Gebra Zedos Shoye Kalage Tada Nyeje Jentoye Male Pazo Zogiron Kanda Gala Tobe Ramga Gewa Dada Gebra Zedos Jende Lame Toye Jelanda Chege Derje Nyege Demba Taje Laza Namra Dambe Do Jedra Zawa Dabje Dubgiro Tembe Damba Bande Sanya Bangare Chode Deje Chodan Kolo Nyanyam Konga Gyatso Ba Samba Shabje Bema Dashish Tobe Lama Cheche Bende Da Kera Wanjan Jeje Jambe Yawa Nyemba Bade Sanyam Betemba Yore Nebe Dashish Ramjan Jaja Yawa Damje Ye Sazo Jedo Debe Dorjes Yave Londe Konga Zambo Yetemba Yore Nebe Dashish Pade Sanya Chogiro Chodaro Deja Lete Gyatso Dargis Cheche Lamde Semye Semyo Vendo De Donjira Zeme Dashish Maban Jenge Lama Yaro Nye Rebe Wanja Shera Sambod Dene Zembe Zunge Zongawe Temba Laryan Dabe Dashish Turbe Gyatso Jaya Sakya Be Tado Tume Senge Ngaro Pego Lambo Legya Gora Zerelo Jose Barbe Dashi Jo Kanje Jose Yela Dezam Je Chenan Dune Gyave Bali Dorje Changwe Sarba Chogenze Temba Choje Ngebe Dashi Temba Jede Kamzo Jamba Dan Temba Nyeve Shendo Zawa Tenze Mbala Ngendo Temba Yin Temba Yore Nebe Dashi Tembe Bajiro Lame Shaben Tenze Kenko Sade Yonlai Tembe Jenda Nganda Jamba Ge Temba Yore Nebe Dashi Monje Lama Namje Doje La Lome Kunjo Somje Zina Cheso Damze Gyatso Neto Yenche Sam Cheshin Dobe Dashi Shon Doge Kunje Gyatso Lejawe Sonwa Yeche Narbangat Pende Baja Sambo Zonze Amba Bade Lame Shala Sowande Doge
भोलिको आगम ओरल ट्रान्समिसन चाहिँ 9 बजे हुन्छ। भोलिको आगम ओरल ट्रान्समिसन चाहिँ 9 बजे हुन्छ। हजुरहरू अलि आराम गर्नुहोस्।
明天的口传是在早上9点，早上9点口传。
Just change the schedule. 1 hour more. We are not starting until 9 a.m. tomorrow the oral transmission, so not 8 a.m. as scheduled mentioned yesterday, but 9 a.m. tomorrow.
누구면? 남 페라. 남 셰퍼. 인간 되는 것도 지 제 상문남. 인간 보는 게 쉬워. 시엔 되는 상황 미슈. 쉬어도 이제. 라. 그래. Except. 디나라 남제 차장 요래. 오늘 시작 좀 났어. plus. 자, 알은 자와. 남제 그 자와. 그래, 남제 자와. 미시고 봐. Wi-Fi on 지금에. 그만. 스크린. Julia there. Cup Jason's given to her. She job was alone. Jandang. Oh, Kiran the song thing a Koya Mare. Yes, here. So may drama with the Iran Chico.
mindfulness during dedication. By based on this, first the ritual, to take the ritual of refuge, which also first maintaining the physical composure as according to samadhi posture. Unlikely yesterday, today maybe we should try a new visualization here. Relax your body, and on top of that, your mind should, whatever conceptual thought you have at this point. When we're saying conceptual thought means in my village, we used to regard conceptual thought as is in a negative. It is actually taken in a negative side. This namdok terminology, but in a original term, the conceptual thought or the namdok means only a conceptual thought. There's no negativities or positivities there. So therefore, now reflect inwardly what thoughts, whatever thought you have, whether it's good or bad. If the thought is actually pointing towards virtue's focal object, it's okay. If it is actually inclined towards the negativities, then try to transform that. And then, so with that effort, make a fervent aspiration that I will take refuge in the embodiment of all the Buddhas, which is the root Guru. So with this transformation of intention, try to meditate on the refuge visualization. The refuge prayer. Take refuge in the glorious root Guru and the holy master of the lineage. Take refuge in the blessed accomplished Buddhas. Take refuge in the holy teachings. Take refuge in the noble assemblies. Bande Janam La Gibson Chiwa, Babe Gindanam La Gibson Chiwa, Bande Lama Dambanam La Gibson Chiwa, Zabe Sange Jumdanam La Gibson Chiwa, Tambe Babe Gindanam La Gibson Chiwa, Babe Lama Dambanam La Gibson Chiwa, Zabe Sange Babe Gindanam La Gibson Chiwa, Bande Lama Dambanam La Gibson Chiwa, Zabe Sange Jumdanam La Tambe Janam La Gibson Chiwa, Babe Gindanam La Gibson Chiwa. Kunjo Rinpoche Namba Sumla Da Cha Sashin Gyatso Che Namgi Da Gyu Gyu Chingi Labdo So Che So Drovara Chingi Labdo So Che Lamdo Lamura Chingi Labdo So Namgi Panchua Tamji Shivar Chingi Labdo So Chulwa Yi She So Charvara Chingi Labdo So Ala Chene Ge Nando Keji Zamya Mige Wa Chingi Labdo So Ge Sen Chena Ge Wa Ge Ra Chingi Labdo So Cha Sam Ge San Re San Ge Ge Ko Ban Do Bara Chingi Labdo So in the Guru and the three position I bow down and take a may you please bless my mind stream, may you please bless my mind to turn to Dharma. May you please bless me so that the Dharma progresses along the path. May you please bless so that the confusion on the path is specified, and may you please bless me so that the confusion may dawn as a wisdom. May you please bless me so that the mind does not generate non-dharmic thought for even a single moment. May you please bless my mind to generate uncontrolled love, compassion, and bodhicitta. May you please bless my mind to swiftly attain the omniscient state of Buddhahood. Tobara Chinge Labdo So Dovara Chinge Labdo So Lamzo Lamara Chinge Labdo So Chinge Lamdo So Chinge Lamdo So Lamdo So Shimi Chimi Kyo Ginga Chinge Labdo So Dano Sam Genzo Be Sanke Ke Kopa Top Chinge Labdo So during the individual actual stage of practice, as two main sections, clarifying the doubts and then meditating on those clarified objects. The first section has been completed by the great 42nd Sakya Trizen with examples, instructions, commentaries, and with pure clarity. All those must be, if you have understood those, not only the words but the meaning, there is a certainty that your ignorance will be clear from your mind. Therefore, every day, the most important thing to focus is His Holiness teaching. But my teaching is mostly like a conversation, which is very difficult to go according to the textual, the syntax. Therefore, I am also aware that if my session is too long, instead of gaining merits, there is a grave danger of generating demerits because of this long, tiresome session. Therefore, that's why I try to be more clear in very easy and common terminologies, examples, and whatever history there are. I use that. But if I mostly rely on those kind of system, so therefore it's very difficult that we might distract from the text. So from today onwards, I try to at least focus mostly on the words of the text from now onwards. And usually we have to, there is a way of alternative way of teaching and alternative translation, which is very easy, but now everything is going simultaneously, translation and everything, so it's a little bit difficult. Therefore, I used to think that I'm very talking in a very calm manner, but in reality, it's some people complain that I'm too fast when I'm teaching. So, but I don't know whether it's true or not. So, coming to today's point, of the three vision, the second, for the yogi, the experiential experience, wisdom, which has also three, kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. So among these three, we are in the third section of bodhicitta, which also has relative bodhicitta and the ultimate bodhicitta. So ultimate bodhicitta, which is now based on, which is being based on the idea of the calm abiding and the special insight. So these two meditation actually originated from Buddha Shakyamuni, who was the skillful master to tame all sentient beings. And all the skill and methods is said to be included in three trainings, and this three training is said to be inclusive of all of his teachings. So these teachings that we are learning today is also based on the pit instruction, and this pit instruction is also based on the three trainings of the Buddha. And the three trainings, based on the conduct, the first one, the training of conduct, which is actually included in the first vision of the renunciation of the impure perception, where you have to renunciate the samsara, or also involved in the practice of refuge and the pratimoksha bhava and so forth. If you completed that practice, naturally you, as a Lamde practitioner, is said to gain some sort of calmness over the mind, because the reason is because because all this mind is based on the basis on the basis of the mind is on the conduct, the training of the conduct. So these are also interpreted in many different interpretations based on the Shravakas or the two Nikayas of the Shravakas, the Brahvakshakas and the Sautantrika, who interpret in the morality or the conduct as based mostly on the speech and the physical body. The abandonment of negativities of the body and speech. So that's how they interpret that, the two Nikayas of the Shravakas, and that also becomes the cause for the mind to be more calm when you have control over your speech and body. So when there's a control over your mind, then there is a basis of the paveway for the generation of the shamatha and the vipassana. So therefore, that's why based on this sequence, in the second, it is after the samadhi, that's why it's taught the training of the wisdom. So after this training, then finally we traverse into the path of enlightenment. That's why all the training, the three trainings are included in today's section of this meditation. So the first training of conduct is, as said before, it is already completed in the first vision. Now we are learning the second training of the samadhi, which also has various aspects. And if they are included, all these meditative aspects, they are included in shamatha and vipassana. And the shamatha is said to also have different divisions based on nature and some divisions. But today's shamatha is based on the interpretation divided by how to abandon the faults of the shamatha and what are the antidotes to abandon that, and how to place the mind into that calm abiding state of shamatha. So these three sections are divided when it comes to interpret or clarify the meaning of the shamatha here in this text. So if you have to practice shamatha, at the beginning you have to identify the faults or the enemies. Just like when you go to war, you must know the enemies. If you don't know where the enemies are, it's useless to go to a war. So that's why the five faults which has been explained is in the text, as said in the Madanda Vibhanga by Maitreya. The five faults in the Madanda Vibhanga text, the five faults are stated. The first of them five is called the laziness. So when we say lelo or the laziness, it's easy to have rough idea, but it's very difficult to identify it perfectly. The laziness, in whatever sense we're talking, all whether it's worldly, the rich people or king, royal family, or common people, ordinary people, is the worst. The one who is able to face this laziness is the one who always day by day progress and develop, and is the one who reaches to the stage of the Dharmakaya. Therefore, the laziness, there are different kind of laziness. Said in the Bodhisattva Charavatara, there's a verse in how can I attain the bodhicitta? It's called the self-discouraging laziness. I said in the Bodhisattva Charaka, these are the cause for one to ultimately defeat oneself. Therefore, so for what one has to do, one has to analyze oneself. If one so one has to compare in order to abandon that kind of laziness by comparing that if that person can do that, why cannot I do? Because I have the same potential. So in a way, in this way, one has to face that challenge of facing the laziness. So those laziness, whoever has this kind of laziness and unable to change that laziness is always defeated in whatever phase of life he is going on through. So therefore, one has to make a pledge from now onwards that I will never be lazy and engage in the path after the preliminary preparation. So in order to abandon this laziness, there are four kind of antidote: aspiration, faith, and the effort, and the pliancy. So Tumba, the inspiration means something to do, something aspiring to do. So aspiration means something, and the faith means to have faith on something like the refuge object, which becomes the object that progresses you on your path. So among these antidotes, the most important one is the third one called the effort, which has been explained as the characteristic of the Tsundio. The effort is something who always has a desire to perfect. So, and when it comes to the fourth part, it is called pliancy. The pliancy is actually a joy. this is said to be supreme, and this pliancy joy is actually said to be only attained through the meditative stage. If anyone possesses this pliancy, joy of pliancy, your body, all the veins in your body and all the veins in your body, all the channels, unlike ordinary being, becomes very flexible. And by that flexibility, you can, if you are not able to stay for only half hours previously, but through that power you can stay for whole day. So that's the power of pliancy, the joy of pliancy. So this is called the pliancy, a joy of pliancy. And also this also refers to having a bit of control over your mind, which means you can actually focus wherever you want. You can you focus your mind on whatever desired direction you want. So therefore you gain control through this samadhi, and that kind of joy you gain through the samadhi is called joy of pliancy. So in order to gain that, you must first abandon the laziness. Now one has to abandon the second one called the forgetfulness of the instruction. If you forget the meditative instruction of the Guru, you will forget how to do meditation. So for that antidote, you must have recollection, the antidote of recollection. So recollection, most of you know about this, refers to pointing your mind towards the focal object continuously. So this also meditation, this also mindfulness, this is also the recollection. But when you lose this continuity, nowadays in this modern world, when we say I'm becoming forgetful, we sometimes refer to a person who is crazy. But this is not what we are talking about when we forget the meditative instruction. Here it refers to who is not able to focus on the focal object is called forgetfulness. In a technical term, it's shamatha. So for that forgetfulness, the antidote is to put the mind based on the meditative instruction, recollection of the meditative instruction. There are a lot of obstructions in the shamatha, and the worst is what we call the dullness and the excitement. So these two is antidote by the Buddhas. The antidote is the recollection. By relying on the recollection, we are able to abandon these two, dullness and excitement. So when you say ching or the dullness, it refers to the mind. When you have headache, and when there is unclarity due to the headache, that is sort of idea what the dullness means. And this originated from actually the cloudness of mind, mukpa, or the cloudness of mind, where the mind is actually very clouded. Even if you aspire to do something for the society or some good karma, but you are not able to do that due to some confusion, that is the idea of clouded mind. So whatever good did you want to do, but you are still confused, is actually a clouded mind. But when you want to do some bad deeds, like some naughty, mischievous action, and you become very active. So that's the opposite of the good and positive mind. So that is a little bit of distraction that what we refer to. So this distraction, the second one, or the excitement, is actually caused by the three-portion state of mind. So mostly this distraction or the excitement caused by the desire is the one that is being referred here. For example, you're thinking like, in the past I used to travel in this country with my friend and it was such a joy. So that kind of excitement and distracted is the example. And you aspire that may I still have more opportunity to travel like that. So these are the worst kind of excitement, the example of excitement. So this is caused by this desire. So these are actually alleviated by the mindfulness or the recollection, or the mindfulness and the conscientiousness. So conscience, when we say that, is referring to the ability to discern what is to abandon and what is to accept and what is to abandon rightly on timely manner. To know that reality is called awareness, alertness, or the conscientiousness. So with that method, you are actually using as a rope to bring back your mind from the distracted level to the focal object. So these are the antidote. So which is the antidote of the dullness and the excitement. And the two remaining faults. The fourth one is not applying effort. The fourth one is called not applying effort. So even though it was right time to apply the antidote of meditation, but you procrastinate that. So due to not applying, due to procrastination, is called the fourth fault. So due to a lot of doubts and so forth. So when your mind in the course of meditation is very stable, but if you continue that extra effort, that's the fifth fault. So this is the fifth fault of the meditation shamatha. So the 9 ways of placing the mind, as said in the text, so among the 9 ones, the first one called placement of the mind. So right from the stage, the placement of the mind requires the placement of the mind, eyes, how to keep the body in place, how to keep the place, or how to keep the eyes in place. So when we talk about samadhi, it's not about virtue or non-virtue. It's about actually focusing on a focal object one-pointedly, which is actually out of the category of virtue and non-virtues. All the virtue and non-virtue are actually determined by the intention. So when you started this meditation with bodhicitta, the intention of bodhicitta, this single-pointed mindedness practice of the shamatha becomes virtuous. So therefore, when the focal object is moving due to wind or strong wind, or due to the strong wind of the conceptual mind, you have to be aware of that. So one should never keep the focal object where it can be moved by outer or inner object. And with that, you will have to assume the meditative posture of 7-pointed Vairocana meditative posture. The straight body. It is said that when your body is straight, your channels become straight, and when the channel is straight, your mind becomes straight. That's the importance of the 7-pointed mind, Vairocana meditative posture. And also, when it comes to the eyelids or eyelash, it is said that, as Rinpoche said before, the more you close your eyes, the more conceptual increase. Therefore, it should be balanced. So in shamatha, in case of vipassana, non-conceptual thought, in case of vipassana, they are actually kept in natural state. But in the shamatha state, we must put an effort to clear that obstacles, unlike in vipassana. So in shamatha, because there is a great downfall of falling to the animal realm or in the formless realm when you don't have that focal object, clear focal object. So there is importance to have that proper focal object, which is also now motivated by the bodhicitta. And so the focal object, the description of the focal object, I said, whether it's a body of the statue of the Buddha, or vase, or a flower, or a blue cloth. So these are the tradition of shamatha, which is based on relying on outer focal object, and there's also a shamatha that does not rely on the outer object. So that the one shamatha who does not rely on the outer object is in the tantra is in the tantric practice where the body is mostly relying on the channels inside your own body without relying on the outer object. So therefore, you have to choose whatever focal object is more comfortable to your mind and is in a favorable condition with your mind. So therefore, when you say focal object, it's actually a place where you bind your mind with, where you tie your mind with, for even not to let it go away for even a single second, because the mind has ability to run away even for a single second. So therefore, there is a need that we have to tie it with a rope. So that's the importance of the focal object. So when there is a tie, when the mind is tied to the focal object, then you finally gain a little bit of calmness over the mind. And then when you have that kind of placement, then the second placement is called continuous placement. So if one is a first timer beginners, if one is carrying the meditation for too long, that is also a negative side effect of that. So when we say the continuous placement, it means for the beginners, it should be short, but it should be continuous with the interval. There should be interval between the short duration of focus, but in a manner of continuity for the beginners, beginners. So then finally, when it becomes a familiar, and once there will come a time when you become more familiar with the practice of shamatha, when you carry on that, when you are walking, when you are sleeping, when you are sitting. So that is sort of a second placement. So it doesn't have to be always. So it doesn't have to always rely on the outer. You can also focus on the inner object, like the own breath. So it can't be something categorized as vipassana, but it can also be focused on the samatha of the inner object. So when you're focusing on the inner breath, it is said that you can just focus on the inner, when you're focusing on the inner breath, you're just focusing on the level of the breath that is not moving too, exiting way too far than the level of one's mouth. So nowadays, the vipassana, the terminology vipassana, yes, Thailand and Chenyang, or in that kind of Theravada tradition, they are using it mostly, but it seems that we don't have this kind of technique. Some people used to say that the vipassana is the false claim, because vipassana is still, we have this in our tradition. Even during the time of Tizong Trizen, the Burma King Tizong Trizen, who was compiling a lot of dictionary and thesaurus at that time. He has a two edition of the larger and the medium Rinpoche. Here he has already compiled that the vipassana in Sanskrit refers to the meditation of Laktung or in Tibetan, and which has been has a lot of definition based on the practice of Tibetan. So therefore, there are some scholars who say that this vipassana is only coming from the eastern side of the Buddhist school of Theravada. That is, I think, mistaken. So when it comes to vipassana, is, as I said before, when you're looking at the reflection on the mirror, there's no different mirror than the reflection, and there's no reflection that is different than the mirror. But still, when there's a woman standing, the reflection is a woman. If there's a male, it's a male reflection. If there's a table in front of the mirror, it's a reflection of the table. But there's no subjectivity and objectivity, but still we grasp that. But in reality, there's no subjectivity and objectivity of that. So that is called the vipassana, which is free from the duality of subjectivity and objectivity. So I will not go through that tales and stories, because I sometimes goes on to speak too much. So I will go back to the text. So shamatha is the one which is focused on one single object, and the main placement, the way to place the mind. And the second placement, which is called the continuous placement, to put the mind on the object again and again, not on a, if you continue that for a long duration, that might create aversion, a sense of aversion and dislike to the meditation. So one should not fall to that negative side. So the third placement is called Lendi Chokpa, or the as said by Rinpoche, it referring to stitching the cloth which has torn down, which is called resettling the mind on the object. We don't have control over the mind because we sometimes suddenly feel like hungry, we feel like we have to go somewhere else, we dream of going somewhere else tomorrow and so forth. This kind of conceptual thought has to be analyzed and inspected, and the inspector of this mind is called Shishin, or the conscientiousness, as said before. So, and through that method of inspection, you again bring back your mind, and so you focus mind back again to the same object, whether it's a statue or flower or so forth. So that's the second, that's the third placement, replacing your mind. And the fourth one is relying mostly on the mindfulness, and the fifth one, towards training the mind, is again, as the mind is always wandering outside, since the beginning of time, our mind always wander without control. So that time one has to always be mindful of samadhi. You have to be mindful that whoever attains the samadhi, he has a lot of qualities as a result of the samadhi. So that should be a practice in the fifth placement. So we are always amazed by this power called clairvoyance. We like this idea of clairvoyance. So this clairvoyance also attained through the practice of samadhi. Even the arhats are said to have also two categories: ornamented arhats and without ornamented arhats. So the arhat one who knows that the awareness of selflessness is the one that is needed to cut the grasping, self-grasping, and which is relying on the samadhi. And who attains samadhi siddhi through that is called one of the arhat, who is said to be Siddham Pathing in Chinese language is referring to Shariputra and Mongolia Putra, are those category of arhats who already has possessed those clairvoyant and miraculous power through that samadhi power. So therefore, with that power, you can also gather a lot of students, followers, and also benefit a large number of people. So this kind of quality has to be focused in order to train your mind. So in this way, these 9 kind of placement have not so drastic changes or difference. The most important thing is one has to use the mindfulness or the recollection over the mind, and when you are in need of friend, you have to use that inspector of the conscientiousness. And then finally, through that, you complete these 9 stages. What you attain is called Dosamchetsipa, or the single-pointed minus of the desire lamp. And through that, you become, which is equal to the Arhat's mind, or the Shravaka's Arhats. So which become the cause of the liberation. So the mere samatha is not really a cause of is not liberation. There is a distinction between mere samatha and the perfect samatha. So when it comes to the samadhi of the samadhi, meditation of samadhi, you don't have to look for water or food. You always do meditation by sitting. So there was a person called Oct14 in the past who always used many years meditating without even letting a breath, who doesn't have to move. When finally, when stand up, there was a mouse running and actually cut his long hair. So, but he actually, the reason why he wanted to stand up for after many years is to show off to the world. So due to that kind of expectation after many years of mere shamatha becomes the cause for him to go to downfall, the lower realms. So that is useless. So here, when we have to make this shamatha meaningful, we must add that or united that shamatha with the vipassana. So, in short, when we talk about vipassana, a mind which knows that selflessness, the mind which realized selflessness is called vipassana. Right now, we know we only think that everything is self, everything is I and me, and based on that, all things are based on self-thought, the idea of self. Even as a farmer, as taking the analogy of farmer, when it comes to spring, they plant because they rely on the harvest for their livelihood. They must plant. So, but the field is selflessness by nature. But this farmer don't know that. So he think that the farm is real, self-existing, and he go farming and so forth. And when the children play in the farm or the cows eat the grass, he become angry. That's because he grabs something that is selfless by nature as a self or true or real. So therefore, this self-grasping is the cause of all the sorrow. So this kind of understanding has to be understood based on the text, especially on the Madhyamika text. So without relying on the reasoning of the Madhyamika, it's almost difficult to recognize this. Even if you talk about the Siddhantas or the schools, the Sakyas and the Gelugpas say in the Paramita context that to realize the view of Madhyamika, one must rely on the reasoning of the Madhyamika school. These two schools believe that, but when we say that, there is a need to also differentiate it based on importance and what to abandon. For example, in case of Shariputra, he was first non-Buddhist, Ithithika, but he never understood what is the interdependent, the idea of Pratita Samutpat. But when he met Phagpa, the Aratatul, his teacher, and just by the conduct of his teacher, Phagpa Tatul, he made the prostration just naturally. And he asks, who is your teacher? Because you seems to be very calm and you seems to be very enlightened. And the teacher of the Shariputra told him that my teacher is Gautam Siddhartha, and his teachings is Hedam Hetu Prabhava, which is the mantra of. And when he recited this Hedam Hetu Prabhava mantra of the interdependent, Shariputra attained the liberation. Therefore, that shows that that is contradictory against the true school of the Sakya and Kulu, who claim that it must rely on the Madhyamika logic, because this shows that there are some cases where you don't have to rely on the logic. So therefore, there are cases it must be explained based on different cases. So therefore, so whatever the case, from the conceptual point, you and me, big and small, high and low, all this concept, there's no existence of this at all. So when this concept is ceased to exist, in case of vipassana, by relying on the focal object of the shamatha vipassana, on top of that, you use the focal object to make it more clarity. For example, when you are looking from eyes, when you are tasting from your tongues, there's no prohibition there. There's no prohibition of activity. There's no prohibition of conceptual thought in the vipassana context. You have to let it flow. But whatever it flows naturally, you have to think they are. That point, it should be free from the conceptual type of characteristic in the vipassana. So when this conceptual thought of duality and characteristic in the vipassana context, you see clarity, just like a reflection in the mirror. So therefore, at that point, in the ultimate sense, you will realize what you call the non-duality of the two truths of ultimate and relative. So that's also called the unity of the shamatha and vipassana in the end. So therefore, this shows that one should not put effort all the time, push your mind. One should not be pushing your mind. Because in the case of meditation in the higher level, they're saying one should not push, one should not stop. What one should do is, because when you're pushing and when you are stopping something deliberately, you are becoming far from the reality. So therefore, when you are free from that kind of pushing and so forth, the spontaneous arising of the wisdom is possible. I said 193. When you have a faith, that much is enough to gain the spontaneous, that is enough to gain, cultivate the spontaneous arising of the realization. So that is contradictory and also against the thinking that we should always rely on the logical reasoning, which is against the Maitreya's stanza. In Tibet, there used to be three kind of teachers who approached Natisha to ask for the teachings on pramana, and Natisha looked at these three teachers carefully, and then he looked for them and replied. In pramana, in ancient time in India, there are a lot of pramana of Indian or Buddhist, and Buddhists also have different kind of pramanas, but you have to identify. But you must know the important thing is that when it comes to pramana, it's actually conceptual thought. And this conceptual thought is unending, and this becomes futile and useless in your life. So what is the important thing? So pramana, when it comes to training in those logical, it refers to those intellectual beings, only a category of intellectual being. So we have a very short life and short duration. So you have to choose. You have to choose oneself, whether you are intelligent or non-intelligent, whether you are. So in my case, I believe my own opinion is that when I go in walking, when I heard noise, I heard a lot of noise, and the noise keeps changing. So when I just travel, roam without the same, and people look at me if I'm crazy or not. But at that time, I used to always do this thing. But what the important thing is, whatever action you or the feeling you have, they should be requesting of the blessing from the guru, whatever. So when you have this one-pointed seeking of blessing with faith towards the guru, it becomes the cause for one to gain what we call spontaneous arising of that vipassana. So vipassana is something that is free from both cessation and remaining, free from this aspect of. So whatever is birth is ceasing. Whatever is birth, born, that is ceased. So there is no conceptual thought in reality. So in this way, one has to always meditate together with firm prayer and requesting to the Guru. Maybe this will become more beneficial for our practice in meditation. So just try or experiment this kind of instruction. See, so samatha, coming back to samatha, refers to something that pacified conceptual thought, and vipassana, based on that pacified state, you gain clarity over the phenomena, or clarity over the non-duality of all phenomena is called vipassana, and that becomes the stage of unity of or the non-duality of shamatha and vipassana. So when it comes to subjective and objective, suma or the objective refers to when your mind is grasping to some object, and when you are grasping the different aspect of that object is called subjective aspect. So in this way, the subjective and objective perception both does not exist in reality. It's all merely in the dimension of the conceptual thought. So when you look at the reality in a very serious manner, you don't have to stop that. Just like the waves disappearing into the ocean naturally, or like the snow melting in the hot stone, or like the mirror, a spontaneous reflection on the mirror, are like that when you. So these are called the pacified state of the non-duality, where you have to now meditate for a while. So I think it's sufficient for today. Shamatha or the Vipassana or unity of these two, whatever the case, we are learning this in today's session. But in reality, rather than practicing in this shrine or in this, but if you go back and don't practice in your daily life, it becomes useless. For example, we used to do daily sadhana, and sometimes we do it very fast, but sometimes it feels like we are competing when we are doing sadhana at time, because by reciting the sadhana very fast. So it should not be like that when it comes to these meditation. So some people have a doubt that when you see the emptiness, you become a little bit unorthodox or a little bit sort of out of common, but that is not the case. When you realize emptiness, is a person who becomes realize what to do properly, what to abandon, what to adopt and abandon. Just like the farmer's story that I just explained before. But when you have this kind of emptiness realization, there will be no anger. Like the farmer, you have the management of anger and how you can actually use. So therefore, there's no. When there is a sorrow due to that kind of hatred and so forth, there's actually samsara, and this, or when it's in the axis of interdependence, are all connected, and so this reality is seen by the one who has seen the emptiness. So one should not worry when one is about to see the reality of emptiness. One should not feel or give us be concerned about that.